building. We start here by 1940. That's 740 in Old Man.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Might even have a departure already. Here we go. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at TED HQ. Coningsby. Let's ride. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. So if you just joined us, so welcome to the show. Just a little bit earlier than predicted. Wasn't too sure, like we always, we're never 100% sure when things start up, but there we go. Welcome to the show. So a little bit different for a Friday. Mind you, it's becoming quite a regular thing now, the Fridays at Coningsby. Giving you action from Ted's home, Ted HQ. We just had 2 Typhoons depart. They were very quick to taxi. I believe we've got some more startups coming up very shortly as well. And if you joined us, like always, don't forget to hit the like button. Let's get this show on the road. Hitting the like button, giving us a thumbs up, gets this stream boosted. And could be a reasonably busy day, but of course it is Friday. And there we go, there's another Foon just taxiing out for departure. Beautiful. This could be a nice, sweet and neat day. So it looks like a singleton for the next flight. And Coningsby has 5 Typhoon squadrons here at Coningsby. A training squadron, 29 squadron, the operational conversion unit. A test and evaluation squadron, number 41, who test the latest and greatest. Taking the Typhoon to new frontiers and experimental side of things, including taking off from a taxiway. We've got a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron, number 12, and we've got 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter. It's also home to 2 display teams here, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight with the Lancaster, Dakota, Spitfires, Hurricanes. They do have 2 de Havilland Chipmunks that are not used in formation and displays, but are used for their training, recce and courier purposes if they need tools and parts. And of course the RAF Typhoon display team, celebrating their 21st year. It's 21 seasons. So another departure coming up. Canopies are opening up on 41 Squadrons Foons. RAF Coningsby also serves as a QRA station, a quick reaction alert station, where Typhoons, men and women, crew, pilots, ground crew, ready to scramble 24/7, 365, regardless of what day it is, whether it's your birthday or whether it's Christmas, day or night, 365, 24/7, anytime, any place. Joining Coningsby on a QRA roll is QRA station number 1 north. This is QRA station number 2 south, by the way. QRA station number 1 north, RAF Lossiemouth. They have 4 Typhoon squadrons there, number 1 fighter, number 2 AC, number 6 and number 9. this is a PTO by the look of it. Or at least reheats were on there. Thanks a lot, Captain Weber, for joining us. Simon Watchorn, thanks for your gifted membership. Not Captain Weber, Remco De Vrij, Dieter, Mayhem Marshy, Captain A, how you doing? Spanner Flight, what up? Davey, Joshua Brown, Blue Lightning Bird, welcome to the show. It's a little bit cooler today, actually. In fact, I've had to put a hoodie on. It's taken me by surprise. And finishing our week here at TED HQ, RAF Coningsby, which was completed on the 4th of November 1940. The first residence, of course, as many of you know, 106 Squadron in February the 23rd, 1941, so just a few months after it opened. 106 Squadron arrived with the Handley Page Hampdens, and the Hampden being an icon of the skies here in this county. Arrived in 1938, the Handley Page Hampden, 83 and 49, first receives at RAF Scampton with the Hampden. Has a very high thrust to weight ratio. It's something we do talk about quite a lot. Thrust to weight ratio being the fact that if your thrust is higher as a ratio between what you are carrying and weighing at the time, and it's a very, very important part of agility, maneuverability in ACM and BFM. Of course, in a ground attack level as well. Typhoon just weighs just over 24,000 pound empty. Max fuel you can have with its 8 internal tanks, 11,000 pounds, with an additional 5,500 or so with the 3 drop tanks that you can add. But fully fueled, it's still below its max power, its max thrust. The EJ200 engines producing 20,200 pounds of thrust each, so that's 40,400 in an airframe. Even with fully fueled, would bring in about 36,000 pounds. So with the thrust being more, it's able to accelerate vertically and keep going from, say, a max alpha maneuver, so from 120, 130 knots to straight up accelerate, which is absolutely amazing. Thrust to weight, it's not just set on the aircraft, it depends on what the payload is. You can decrease your thrust to weight ratio by adding more ordnance. This is normal. You can even have 50% of fuel So for example, an F-35A can have a 1.05 high thrust to weight ratio. But that said, if you think about it, that means thrust to weight ratio improves in flight because you are now burning off fuel and you're getting less and less heavier, getting lighter. So all these things do play a major part. The Typhoon plays the FGR4 role, stands for Fighter, Ground Attack and Reconnaissance. The 4 being a Mark IV. There is a Mark III, we do have it here. It's a 2-seater family version, which comes in the form of a Mark T3. Marks 1 and 2 then. So Mark 1 was the original, very first arrival, the Mark 1, which was a trainer, 2-seater, which was a 2-seater trainer from the Tranche 1. When we talk about Tranche, we're talking about the actual airframe age and the specific airframe at the time. So the very first batch was a Tranche 1. The Mark 2 was actually the F2, because the Typhoon, when it arrived here first of all in May the 19th 2005, so be it, arrived with the hands of the Royal Air Force at Warton Aerodrome in 2003. When it arrived here at Coningsby, it was taken on a fighter role. The thing is, so it was designated as an F2, all right? So when new weapon systems were available, a new airframe had to be introduced, which gave it a new designation as an FGR4 for a fighter ground attack reconnaissance. So what I'm saying is that when the Typhoon entered its service in 2005, when it entered service, beg your pardon, I'm thinking of the first flight, 1994. Sorry about that, rewind. The purpose of the Typhoon was to be a fighter. That was what it was supposed to be, a natural-born fighter. For those that like to know, the first flight, Germany, March 1994. It was a DA1. Countries had their own prototypes. They were DA1s to 7. Other countries had their own DA. All right. The name Typhoon didn't come until 1998, September Farnborough Air Show, for those that like to know. But when it entered service with the Royal Air Force in 2005, May the 19th, with number 17 Squadron, who brought the Typhoon here, it, like I said, it had a very different role. It was called an F2. It was supposed to be a fighter. All right, that was its role. But new ordnance came out, guided bombs, and a new airframe, new technology was brought in, new weapon systems, new radar. So it was then deemed to be a multi-role, which is what the Typhoon is now. So it is a multi-role fighter. What does that mean? It can switch roles. It is what they also call a swing role. Different names for these things in different countries, you know. Omni-role in France for their Dassault Rafale. Yeah, omni-role, multi-role, swing role. Basically, it can reconfigure. Thing is, with the Typhoon, it can switch and reconfigure in flight. Okay, so you can turn it into a reconnaissance aircraft, a bomber, which was the argument of Geoffrey de Havilland with his Mosquito, because he said, hang on a minute, my Mosquito can be a bomber, it can be a reconnaissance aircraft, and it can also be a fighter, and so be it, a night fighter. This is what the Typhoon can do. So pretty cool stuff, right? Always happy to educate. Always happy to educate. They are very different. Someone's put, how different are the Typhoon and the Rafale? They are very different in all sorts, from engines to performance to the way it refuels, as opposed to, okay, they're both drogue and probe, but one has the probe already stuck out. So the reason why some countries or some airframes do that is to give more room. If you're going to have all that space designated to have an envelope for the probe, then you've taken up that space. So it was decided that they felt, okay, every country has its own requirements. They felt that, hang on a minute, we could probably put more things in there. So there we go, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So they are different. They got different engines. They, you know, it was. But ultimately, it depends on the pilot. It's the pilot, not the plane, as they say, right? I'll have a bit of Hollywood in that one. Why not? So we got 3 Typhoons of 41 Squadron. Let me just, yeah, that's fine. Dita, I read in a book, I think it was Mike Sutton that mentioned this about air-to-air refuel and the difference. So a Tornado would take maybe six times to air-to-air refuel. The Typhoon just needs 3, just to give you a difference to get all the way to red flag. I'm pretty sure those were the numbers, so it's half the amount. So I think the Tornado 6 to 8 times, I'm pretty sure it's 6 Tornado to get it to red flag, to Nellis, whereas the Typhoon needs half that at 3, if I remember that correctly. Oi, oi! If you got any questions about the Typhoon, you can always ask me. Give it a go, give it a go. I mean, the origins going late 60s, early 70s for the work for the Typhoon. When something new comes out, it means something old is about to leave us, and that is exactly what was expected. At the time of designs, what did we have here in the 70s? We had the Sepicat Jaguar, we had a Phantom platform. I mean, I'm not just talking about here as well. There were many things that needed to be thought about. There was an ECF project. There were many projects such as the EFA as well in the 80s. The EAP, the Experimental Aircraft Program, which had a flight in 1986. Looks quite similar. Looks like a really cute, a little Diddy version of a Typhoon, by the way. There were a lot of parts on the Tornado that was utilised as well, by the way, which the project originally had 5 countries, so Spain, Italy, the UK and Germany and France, but when you start involving other countries, they're going to all want different things. It's a bit like my talk with the Tornado. There was originally the Netherlands as well and Canada, but everyone's got different requirements. And when I was studying about the Tornado, it was clear that someone is going to have a disagreement. I mean, you've got 6 countries that are interested in putting in their 6p worth and ideas. It's clear that someone is not going to have it. So in the end, France left the Eurofighter project and came up with their own. I can't remember what the difference is. I don't know what the disagreements were. Could it have been the engine? No idea. But whatever it was, they made their own, which is again quite similar to the Typhoon. Oi, oi. So the Munich-based Eurofighter Jagdflugzeug GmbH, I don't even know if I've even pronounced that right, they established in 1986 to manage the development of the project, and Eurojet Turbo GmbH, which is a consortium, again, a bit like Turbo Union, the RB199. All countries put in together, so the left wing made in Italy, right wing made in Spain, the centre part of the fuselage made in Germany, the front section, the cockpit, the foreplanes made in Britain, the tail Britain, and then other rear parts made in Britain and Italy as well. The Turbo Eurojet Turbo GmbH, they are again a consortium, so you do have Rolls-Royce, you do have MTU Aero engines, you've got Fiat Avio, which is now, I think they're just Avio now, and also ITP as well. So all 4 countries making sections of the engine, different sections. And the at the time, the Eurofighter, as an EFA, was renamed to EF 2000 in '92. So had a few different names. Ferranti, so the UK, Italy, and Spain supported the Ferranti defence systems, which I've mentioned before, which I'll give you a tour on the Typhoon. So the ECR-90, Germany, again, disagreements with what radar was going in. They preferred the APG-60. you know, all these companies which you may have heard of, like Hughes AEG, GC Marconi. There was, again, the Ferranti group, you know, of course they went through financial difficulties, so that really messed things up as well, and delays with companies as such. So it did have a bit of a turbulent start, and the 1996 air show, the UK announced a funding as well for another phase for the project. Lots of testing, maiden flight for the actual Eurofighter prototype took place in Bavaria, 27th of March 94, and it was flown by the DASA chief test pilot, Peter Vega. And then 2nd of September 1998 was the naming for the Eurofighter. Now they kept that theme, you know, with the wind. If you think about World War II, you've got Hurricane, you've got Tempest, there was a tornado, and then of course Typhoon, and there was a Hawker Typhoon, so they kept the wind phenomena. So welcome to the show, lady shins, teddy bears. So tranche 3 and tranche 2. So we have a tranche 3 here and tranche 2 now. Tranche 3 aircraft were upgraded to have more of the electronic countermeasure systems. So they would have a VHF ultra high frequency as well, an introduction of interferometric receivers, the Praetorian defensive aid subsystems. So many upgrades that aircraft have, loads of upgrades, and it's nice when you hear that, you know, when a government is investing when they are investing in defence, it is a crucial thing to do. It is a crucial thing to do. You know, it's not a weapon of war, it's a weapon of defence. You know, having a defence as a form of, what do you call, what should we say? I've forgotten the word. Not prevention, deterrent, that's the word. You know, a happy Air Force is a proud country in my eyes, or at least a fully functioned, fully invested defence is a happy country in my eyes. I know it's borderline on the politics, but I'm just going to say how it is, because it's time to, you know, even with air shows as well, ladies and teddy bears, these can't go, they cannot go. You know, Red Arrows, they've inspired other Red Arrows pilots. The amount of kids, the amount of fathers I've heard, or mums that have said, oh, my son's joined the Royal Air Force now, he's a Voyager pilot. Do you remember that conversation at Marham? You know, how important it is. And it's not just things that fly in the skies, right? Because when you go to air shows, you've got all the stalls. For both, well, for all sectors, so from Royal Navy, from Army, and of course Royal Air Force, and you can go into the sections of, you know, the Royal Marines and the RAF Regiment. And Huey, bless him, really described that really well when I was telling him about how I got into this. You know, I for one, not knowing what a regiment was, I had no idea, believe it or not. But you wouldn't, you know, when you first start, you know, you come to air shows, you don't think of the ground. But he told me, Huey, legend, man, good old Huey, bless him. Thank you for my patches, who served with the regiment. He said, look, at the end of the day, the RAF Regiment is what the Royal Marines are to the Royal Navy. So, and that made sense, because Royal Navy, you think of the sea, right? But they do have the Royal Marines. Royal Air Force, you think of flying, right? But they have an RAF Regiment. So I like that. I like that very, very much. So would that be fair in saying the SAS are the Army version of, let's say, the Royal Navy, what the Royal Marines are to the Navy? Is that going to be about fair? But then again, I suppose they're on a different level though, the SAS and SBS, but we won't go into that, but you know what I'm getting at. Front wing, sorry, I've kind of ignored your questions. Where was I? I've just seen Ted front wings. Hang on a minute. We've got Mecha 0607. Okay, let me go and get my Typhoon that I can show you. Hang on. Give me 1 second. I've got one, but I want to show you a different one. I've got different ones next week. It's time to go back. Great question there. So a good question from Mecca, who's asked what are the front wings. Okay, so in the Typhoon world, they're called foreplanes. Okay, is that the wings you're talking about? These? Okay, so have a look at the back of the Typhoon. It doesn't have any elevators. There's no elevators. They're missing. So the Typhoon has foreplanes. Right? They're made of titanium. And yes, the Typhoons fly by wire, so every single input that the pilot is doing, the computers on the Typhoon are doing its thing. By the way, the computer system is called an FCC, Flight Control Computer, or FCS Flight Control System. It's a quadruplex and it's made by Leonardo. Right, so what do they do? Okay, so you don't have elevators to control the angle of attack, so you have foreplanes. Okay, so these move and they move simultaneously, they don't move separately. Okay, so that one's not going to move individual to that one, they're synchronized. So if these move up, I've got a video coming soon that you're going to love. The Typhoon moves up. Let me see if I can get more of a sky for you. Hang on. It's probably much better in that light. Okay, so yeah, so they move up. Okay, it controls the nose, okay, the angle of attack. If they move down, okay, the Typhoon bunts, okay? So that's called bunting, when you dip the nose down, okay? You can also use it as a bleed speed, or bleeding the speed, or shall we just say a speed break. So when you're doing 9G turns, etc., those foreplanes will be doing a lot of stuff. All right, so have a look at the foreplanes when, if you are fortunate enough to see it quite closely when it's coming into land, you'll see them moving quite a bit. Just quickly, while I'm on the subject of bunting, if you are, let's say, 30,000 feet and you want to go into like a nice steep dive, this is not the way to do it. Your blood is going to push up, and what does that mean? It means negative G. That is going to hurt. You may have seen a social media going around with someone clearly on some sort of airliner, sees, I think it's an F-35, invert and then go down. That is the correct way to do it. Because what you're doing there, you're now keeping positive G, not negative G. That is the best way to dive and avoid negative G. What's the big fuss about negative G? Well, we're all experiencing 1G right now, unless we're flying, of course, okay? A G means 1 times the force of gravity. We're all experiencing 1G, of course, like I said, unless we're actually flying right now. So 2G means I know it's not very flattering, you now weigh twice as much. 3G, 3 times as much. 9G, you're probably going to weigh about the same as a Formula 1 car, all right? So you want to avoid negative G. So if we're all experiencing that blood, that weight being pushed down, now the weight's going back to your head if it's negative G, okay? So if you bunt really strong, the blood's going to go to your head, and you can also see lots of red and then grey out. It's not a nice thing, it's painful. There's not a lot the pilots can do on that, by the way, on negative G. They can experience minus 3G, so 3 times your weight, but negative. So all that force is going. They do training, they do a lot of training to cope with that, tensing the body. The pilots are force-fed oxygen, by the way, when they're pulling lots of Gs. There's a lot of things that the Striker suit can do. All right, so don't forget that as well. So there we go. And 9G, apparently, pilots have told me you can't actually touch the controls on the screen when pulling 9G. On the topic of Gs and 9G especially, the Typhoon. When we talk about 9G, we always relate to it as being a quick experience. The Typhoon can actually stay in 9G and have 0 impact on the airframe. Can you go more than 9G? Yes, you can. I've seen a report, it said 9.4G on the flight, and that's because it depends on the wind. If the wind catches you right and you're pulling 9G and the wind is quite strong and pushes you with that G-force, you're going to go over 9G, which I'm sure that's quite fun for the pilots. So great questions there. If you got any more, let me know. Good questions, yeah, really good. When you're watching in-flight cockpit from Typhoon displays and stuff, or any display really, you can tell when they're pulling negative G, because all the the tassels and stuff start pointing upwards, you know, because obviously gravity should be pointing down, so you start to see a lot of the tassels on the suit. I've called them tassels now, so there we go. So startups coming up. There we go, that's one engine. And another. Sure.
Woodhall. This is my first time here.
Oh, is it? Okay, nice one. There we go.
Makes me well.
No worries. Alright, no worries. Enjoy the day.
What have we seen today? Is just the two typhoons that took the earlier?
There's been three.
Three.
Yeah, there's been three, and I think these three are going out as well.
Alright. I have a question on the flight tags that you got.
White tags.
Yeah.
What ones I've collected? No, I don't know. Infinite, if we sell them as well. Yeah. Online, I've got some really great. And after the, are you staying over here? Or?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, after the show, I'll show you what we got.
Well,
Alright? How we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And we've got, well, we've had 3 departures this morning. Oh, hang on, have we had more, actually? Did we have more than 3? Was it? It's getting quite busy in the car park now. Blue Lightning Bird, Mayhem Marshy, Davey, Christopher Carr, Aspen, Dieter, Blocks, Karen Glenn, So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Here we go. Okay, should have 2 and then the 1 following in a moment. Reese Moroni, Ali Leyland, Wendy Loves Planes, Margot, oi to you. Hope we're all good and well. So this is 41 Squadron, the Test and Evaluation Squadron. sound. You gotta love the startup. Bit different to the Pratt & Whitney F135 and the Pratt & Whitney's F100. Every engine has its wonderful noise and pitch and tones. So will we get a performance takeoff today? We have had performance takeoffs every Friday that we've been here, and I'm not saying that that's what we expected in the first place, because I was quite shocked to see them all. Literally all of them were performance takeoffs in the previous Fridays that we've been here. Was not expecting those. We've got 2 Typhoons that are going to depart very shortly. This is going to play catch up. It's part of the flight by the sound of it, but it will be playing catch up. '41 Squadron, as we mentioned last time we were here, that they are the Test and Evaluation Squadron. They sport the Roman numerals on their squadron crest, XL1. Their HQ is actually at Waddington, not here. Okay, so the Air and Space Warfare Centre, the HQ at RAF Waddington, although they operate number 41 from here with their Typhoons. 41 Squadron's Flight Lieutenant Eric Locke was the highest scoring RAF fighter pilot of the Battle of Britain. They've flown many aircraft in their service, such as the Supermarine Spitfire throughout the Second World War. During the Second World War, their Spitfires would have been sporting their squadron markings, which was Echo Bravo. So from back in the days of World War I, they flew the Royal Aircraft Factory SE-5A, the de Havilland Hornet, which I showed you the other day, Hawker Hunter, Gloucester Javelin, McDonnell Douglas Phantom FGR4 spare engine style, the Jaguar and the Panavia Tornado F3. Their focus is test and evaluation, the fast jet test and evaluation, to test and focus on the Typhoon's capability and tactics development. So you could have them, for example, at Holbeach Air Weapons Range to test out tactics and its capability using a variety of ordnance. The squadron formed all the way back in 1916 with the Royal Flying Corps, and they have the Saint-Omer Cross, that you can see there on the tail, and that's because of their first deployment. Their first ever deployment was to France in the region of Saint-Omer. And yes, they were a Gloucester Javelin squadron. I do actually have one, just quickly, look at that. I do actually have a Gloucester Javelin, look at it. It is a Dinky Toys one as well, by the way. Look at this. I mean, I found this in a, where did I find this one from? Some sort of antique shop from days gone by. It needs a bit of love. I do have one in better condition, the Gloucester Javelin, which was an all-weather fighter interceptor during the days. It was about 436 or so that were ever made. Pretty cool, isn't it, right? Air Ministry specification was, I think it was F44/46, if I remember. So that specification came out in 1946. It was powered by 2 Armstrong Siddeley Sapphire 7R afterburning turbojet engines. It did have afterburner, can you imagine that? Wouldn't that be good to see fly, right? One of those. Pretty cool. An aircraft we don't really talk about much, really. It did have afterburner. It was 12,300 pounds of thrust with afterburner on that. I mean, I would love to see one of those fly. I don't think any are flying. Max speed at 710 miles per hour. Empty weight was a bit like a Typhoon, 24,000 pounds, just slightly lighter, just slightly. The Typhoon just being about 24,250 pounds or so, thereabouts, but we'll round it off. So they're of similar weight, by the way. How cool is that? Right, here we go. 41 Squadron, ride. So just waiting for the departure clearance. Just waiting to Get the clearance for takeoff. Here we go. Right, you never know, we might get a PTO. Who knows? Let's find out. Start to the morning. So that's 6 Typhoons airborne, so all is good. Hope you're all well. Hope you're all enjoying the show. I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea and I'll be back with Ted for some guards marches. If you've got any questions, put them in the chat room and I'll see if I can answer them for you. See ya. Maybe we won't. There's a Typhoon inbound. So we're not going anywhere just yet. A Typhoon inbound already. physics works where it's so quiet until it's too late, if you know what I mean. For those that go to low-level areas to watch aircraft will know exactly what I'm on about, and sometimes they can catch you out. There's another flight, I think. I think it's the two that went out. I think, unless something is coming in for a PD. Lost count because I don't remember 3 going out and then a 1. So there you go. Plane spotters are not good mathematicians.
Where did them three come from?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I say not from, they didn't take off here, did they?
No. I have no idea. I'm trying to work that out. I know my maths isn't great, but I don't think that was on the...
No.
Yeah, it could be just returning. I mean, I recognise the one with the 11 markings on there, so it's probably... We stayed over somewhere. Might have even been at Lossiemouth, you never know. But okay, now it's time for some tea. Let's just go over here. These three on, man. So, obviously, Ted's got a massive following of bears, and we've got 3 bears here that are mine and Claire's that are quite influenced by the Typhoon display team. So I'm going to give you the Ted Coningsby's Typhoon Ted display team. of course, we've got our very own squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And, you know, it's really important to understand that a Typhoon display team, you know, involves armourers, survival and equipment, PR, the pilot. Okay, so it involves a lot of the team, and we've got 3 of the team here. The RAF's Ted's Typhoon display team. You can even buy the T-shirt now with and a squadron print, which is Ted's ZJ914. So we're going to start off with this guy here. This is Comedy Ted, and he's part of the Ted's Typhoon display team. And Comedy Ted is the entertainment side of things, so the stand-up comedy and the comedy side of things, because he feels that, you know, a good laughter makes you feel good. Laughter makes the soul rejuvenate and brings it all out, and it makes you feel better. So Comedy Ted is the comedy department of the Ted's Typhoon display team. So a big shout out to there. So if they need, if the Typhoon display team want to, you know, grow even more, we do have someone that specialises in comedy. So thank you very much to Comedy Ted. Also, we've also also a team building is Golf Ted. Now, Golf Ted specialises in, yes, you've guessed it, golf. Because he feels that golf is quite relaxing, it's very good for the mind and soul, and he feels that golf brings people together. So if the Typhoon display team require a golf expert, I think Golf Ted is the one. So this is Bed Ted, but he's the golf specialist, because he feels that golf is a good way to bond a team together. So thank you very much there, Golf Bed Ted, thank you very much. And of course, once you've done your entertainment and laughed and played golf, you're going to need a good night's sleep. So here is the Bed Ted with the bed department, because he feels like a good night's sleep. So he assesses all the beds to make sure that they're good enough for the team to get a good night's sleep. So he's basically almost like the accommodation manager, but for the beds, because he feels that a good night's sleep is what you will need after playing golf and a good laugh at the comedy department. So there we go, that's the Bed Teds there. Thank you very much. They look like some sort of like band, don't they? You know, reminds me of that Queen front cover. You know that album, the one I mean, with Brian May? Actually, this one looks like Brian May, doesn't it? Anyway, we'll leave it at that. We'll just go over a little bit before. He's got a little bit of Brian May about him, you know. Do you know what I mean? Or am I thinking of Gary Moore? Oh no. I've got T-shirts and patches and things like that.
Right, well, no bears.
No bears. You can buy some bears from the RAF's charity website, actually.
Right.
Some of the characters can be bought from there.
Right, okay,
All right.
Right.
No worries. Oh, right.
Many more checking off? Or did you
I don't know that answer, I'm afraid. No. Sorry about that.
You don't usually do this funny time on a Friday, do they?
We've been coming Fridays quite a bit, and there's been we've been quite lucky.
Yeah.
BMF hangar's opening. don't want to get too excited, but the BBMF hangar, well, one of the doors is open. So whether that means anything good for us, we shall see. Yeah, so some of the characters you can buy from RAF which is the RAF Association charity website, where you can buy not only lovely pin badges and other lovely merchandise which supports the Royal Air Force's charity. You can actually buy like the Reggie, Wingy. Wingy's quite an old one, but Red Ted. I know they got brought out new Red Teds out, and other bears. So some of the bears that we do feature, I'll have to put a link so you can get your own as well. So no, I do get asked a lot, and you know, it's always nice to support charity. I know the Reggies had a bit of a crazy period of being you know, sold out thanks to the channel, I would have thought, because, and I say that I'm not trying to take credit for it, I can see your feedback. You've put some reviews on there. Love my Reggie, love the Ted Coningsby channel with Reggie, blah, you know, and all. It was quite overwhelming actually that I had such an impact on that, and I'm quite proud of that. So, you know, I don't know what's available these days, but I'm pretty sure Reggie is still available online. Although Ted is priceless because he's a one-off. Oh yeah, I still need to do my part 2. So for those that like to know about Ted and how he was found, I have done a part 1. I still need to do, there's going to be about, I think, about 5 parts maybe in total to give you the full story of Ted. But part 1 tells you how Ted was discovered. His very first known, bless you, his very first ever known, and on part 1 it doesn't tell you how I got him, because part 1 tells you how he came in the possession of Claire and Kimberly. That's I know, it's that's pretty cool, isn't it? So this is our very own squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. He's one of a kind. Although he's allowed to have a stunt double, I think, but we haven't got, I know, even Tom Cruise, he has a stunt double. But Ted is a one-off, he's the only one, unless I find a stunt double. Ted's looking at me. No, he doesn't want to be cloned. All right, mate, no worries. Margot, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Not Captain Weber, 38 months membership, another month of great streams and great friends, thanks to all. Thank you very much as well. And thank you again for being a member for 38 months. That's amazing. Mayhem Marshy, who's part of our Spanner flight, celebrating 41 months of Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to strike the like. Thank you so much to Mayhem Marshy, part of our Spanner flight. And also, high five to you, Mayhem Marshy, for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Not Captain Weber, high five, Guards March, thank you as well for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, a Guards March to you. Captain A, who's part of our Spanner flight as well, 40 months of membership, proud to be a part of this amazing squadron. Thank you all. Thank you. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I'm having my cup of tea. Ali Leyland, thank you very much for the super. A Guards March to you. Bernie Hagyard, thank you. High five for that one. Thank you so much for that super chat. Mossy Mint, could you shout out my brother Sam Barnes? Sam Barnes, how you doing? Guards March, thanks a lot for the super. Jan Clark, thank you very much as well for the super. We're lucky to have the best streamer, not just saying Lake and Eve closed, but went to Coningsby instead. Thanks Nikos and Ted, fabulous effort boys, thank you very much. Bev2810, member for 2 months, thank you very much, fabulous channel, thanks Nikos and Ted, you're most welcome. Bev 2810, thank you as well for a super chat there. Love Lynn and Bev, nice one. Thank you very much. A Guards March, and thank you as well. Yeah, so I know, so I'm trying to build the story with Ted, and it needs to be put into parts. And I've done part 1, it's already online for our members there, for you to have a look at how Ted came about. And then the part 2, I've still got to do that. Part 2 is how I got him, how I came to have him. So part 1 tells you his very first ever, from what we could find of him, you know, his very first start of his existence. We've managed to find that, and it's quite a nice little story. A bit sad in some ways, if you know what I mean, for those that've seen it. No problem. And then part 2 is how I got hold of him. Part 3 will be a little bit about how I found Coningsby. And yeah, I guess part 3 could have the scene from the road, from the runway, part 3. And then part 4 will be how he got flying. And I guess part 5 will be, yeah, I need to write this down. It's got a nice script. Part 5 will be, oh, the hangar's completely open now. The BBMF. Oi, oi. Yeah, part 5 will be how we kind of, you know, developed a YouTube channel for Ted. Because yesterday, for our hardcore fans, unless you knew, of course, before, which I have mentioned before, that the channel was actually called Waterfalls of Britain. I'll tell you what, yesterday I really enjoyed our conversations that we had, and talking about really different things, not really associated with aviation, but, oh, what? Is that the Dakota?
Yeah.
My random fact always about this is that it is the same length as an F-15E Strike Eagle. I know, same length as an F-15. 63 feet and 9 inches. Yep, it's exactly the same as a F-15. I know, right? But obviously the wingspan is completely not. Nice C-47 Dakota of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. It could have an engine run, or we could get extremely lucky and see it fly. We don't know, so let's hope. I mean, what would be nice if it stays there, but it usually goes out of sight for us, unfortunately, where it gets parked up. But we'll take this at the moment. Unfortunately, we may lose sight of it now. Aww. So we'll just enjoy these views while we can. Right, well, hopefully we'll get lucky with the Dakota, we'll never know. But it could just have an engine run, so we'll have to listen out. We might even get some more Foon action, who knows? Yeah. Oh, it's actually taxiing out. Oh, yes. Well, here we go. We've got a bit of BBMF action coming up. It's a good day for that. There are two in the BBMF inventory. Now they're used for training, recce and a courier as well. They're not actually used in the display, but they are used for the training. Really important as well because it will give the pilots a chance to experience a tail dragger. As you can see, it's got a little wheel at the back. So there's a lot of rudder action involved with tail draggers. A little bit different to flying. you know, some of these pilots, again, as I've mentioned before, they were maybe Typhoon pilots. So going to a Hurricane and the fighters, BBMF, you're going to need to start one of these. Now they have two of these.
The Typhoon on the move as well. Got a Typhoon on the move as well, and there's a Dakota still out.
On this side?
Typhoon over there.
Oh, right.
The Dakota's still outside.
Okay. Thank you. So the hangar doors are closing. The Dakota is still outside, which is good. Well, welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and we've got a de Havilland Chipmunk that's going out for departure very shortly, and we've also got the C-47 Dakota that's been dragged out. Got no further info other than it's outside the BBMF hangar, so we'll see. Maybe they've had to move it out to get this out, I have no idea just yet, but it's always a good sign, at least for a BBMF movement, when something is out. So let's see. There's a couple of Typhoon canopies that have just opened up as well. Two canopies. I'm not sure if that said clear for takeoff on the grass, because there is a grass runway for the Chipmunk. But I might have got that wrong, so just bear with me. I don't know if I imagined that. Well, let's have a look. Yep, this looks like a grass runway takeoff. Has a grass runway for the de Havilland Chipmunk BBMF training, because of course aerodromes like Shuttleworth's old Warden aerodrome is a grass runway, and they would need to learn on that as well. Just tuned in, we've got a de Havilland Chipmunk about to depart from Coningsby's grass runway. Show you the markers for the grass runway, which you may not have seen. So they're marked by the sort of day glow blocks that you can see there. One here and one here. That's one end, and then down the other end, look. We may get a landing on there, touch and go. Took off on the grass runway. Yeah. Hello. Right, low approach on the grass. Right, it's in low key. So the chippy is actually operating from the grass runway. It's in low key as opposed to high key this time. C-47 is still over there. Let me have a look. Well, yeah, it is. We can just about see it, so we'll take that. To get something different, and we've got the Chipmunk operating from the grass runway today. Nice. Another de Havilland masterpiece that is, though, isn't it? Really is. Beautiful sounding engine. Now it looks like, I'm not sure if they're putting away the Typhoons. Or is that a pilot in there? I may have missed that one, but we'll see. Oh, I don't know. Actually, no, it's got one of the Hedgehog crew there, isn't it? So I guess that'll be it then for today with what we've seen, unless there's any more. Give me 1 second. Sorry, just had to go and get a battery sorted. this is going to skim the fence at this rate. Look at this. Whoa. Hey, that was cool. Cool. It's using the grass runway. Pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah. You all over here, wasn't it?
Huh? It was pretty low, yeah, man. Nice. Oh, you gotta love it. Shout to Steve the burger man over there. My breakfast, brunch and lunch you can get right here from the Plane Spotter car park here, right here at Coningsby. And Steve's burger van is here to assist for those needs for refreshments and burgers and egg baps, whatever it is, breakfast, brunch and lunch, tea, coffees, drinks, pop. Literally low flying aircraft right now, isn't it? There are many of you that have had some experience with the de Havilland Chipmunk, whether through cadets or other methods through your flying or military career. The Chipmunks have been celebrating 80 years, haven't they? They've had an 80-year anniversary. Oh, it sounded and Canada have used it, of course the United Kingdom and Portuguese Air Force production as well, which I've seen an example at Duxford with the Portuguese markings, and of course the Royal Canadian Air Force markings. It is powered by de Havilland Gypsy Major 1C 4-cylinder air-cooled engine. It is inverted inline, 145 horsepower. So here it comes again for another approach on the grass runway. Oh, clear to land, I think. Oh no, it's alright, ignore that, I think I heard something else. Just seems to run. Oh gosh, goodness me. Steady. It's a little bit punchy out there. Come on. No, Millennium Max, they're not all directly from Coningsby. Some of them have, some of them are volunteers that have had, and especially like Andy Priest with over, I mean, he's had over a decade of experience. He's got a very rich history with the BBMF, but some of them have civilian airline backgrounds as well. God, that was choppy, that. I'm a bit nervous here. They don't have retractable undercarriage gear. They don't have retractable gear. 138 miles per hour top speed, and like I said, they've got two of these in the BBMF inventory. And you'll also see a yellow T6 as well, a T6 Harvard appear prior to air show season, as as a form of completion of training for new BBMF pilots. So they'll train on here, and one of their final stages of completion will be the T6, which we've seen here on many occasions. And that does have retractable undercarriage. And I've heard and read many stories of Spitfire pilots forgetting to retract the landing gear due to the training aircraft that they had, which wasn't retractable. Smooth, that, wasn't it? I was expecting a bit of a bump, but obviously the grass runway needs to be looked after and maintained. AWC will be checking out any issues from wildlife causing a bit of mounds, bounds and subsidence, from molehills to rabbits having a little dig. Shout out to David Petters, who flies with the vintage pair with the Chipmunk. Oh yes! Did we just get a thumbs up and a wet? That's quite rare. Thank you very much, sir. Of course, if the BBMF are tuned in, they could obviously use this for some training, like a debrief. Are being towed back to the hangars for the weekend. So to me that suggests whatever's out is our Foon action. Oh, you're right, yeah, how's it going? All right. Good. You okay?
Yeah, brilliant.
Good. Oh, thanks very much.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, I will do. Thank you very much. So that was our de Havilland Chipmunks there, and like I said, there are two of these that are used for training, the Chipmunk. They're used all year round as well, so not just for training prior to the season. They are used all year round primarily for the pilot continuation training on the tail wheel aircraft, the tail dragging. Other functions of the Chipmunk include pilot delivery to pick up fighters from deep servicing or unserviceability, and also for the reconnaissance of new fly past venues. So if there's a venue that they've never done before, they can use the Chipmunk for a little recce, which sometimes you see them take off the Chipmunks and they go around a venue and then come back. It's for recce purposes. Tools, if they can fit in there, and parks can be brought to the venues. So there's WK, or Whiskey Kilo 518, has been with the BBMF the longest, being delivered from number 1 AEF at Manston in April of 1983. The aircraft was first delivered to the Royal Air Force College Cranwell in January of 1952. Other units have also operated 518, including Liverpool, Manchester, Cambridge, Hull, Leeds and London University Air Squadrons, as well as Cottesmore Station Flight before its use at Manston with number 1 Air Experience Flight. That's what the AEF stands for. I will remember to try and give you the abbreviation meanings as well. Whiskey Golf 486, the second Chipmunk, was also delivered to the Royal Air Force in January of 52, operating with number 5 Basic Flying Training School, and 9 RFS and number 2 FTS as well, Flying Training School, before use with the Army with 651 and 657 squadrons. The aircraft was issued to the Middle East Air Force in 1958 with 114 Squadron before returning to the UK in 1961. Other units who's also operated 486 include Cranwell, the ITS South Cyrenaica and Church Fenton with number 1's Flying Training School, PFS Liverpool, and also Bristol University Air Squadrons, and number 3 Air Experience Flight as well. And 486 moved from Germany in 1987 to operate in Berlin on the Gatow station flight when Gatow closed, or Gatov, probably, that's probably how you would say it. The aircraft spent a year at Laarbruch before being delivered to the BBMF in the middle of 1995. Both aircraft appear in their little special training scheme with the orange day glows there. So pretty cool. So that's, as you may have noticed, the Typhoon has gone. So we've only got one up in asset for the weekend then, Teddy. Now then, let me just check on our C-47. The C-47 is still there. So we've got one. Oh yeah, by the way, oh hello, nice drop tank there. The English Electric Lightning looks like it's gone now. I remember it being sold for about 30,000 or something like that. It was sold to someone, I can't remember who. I wouldn't even know the name, but just saying that that's gone now, unfortunately. We do have one English Electric Lightning here, and even a Harrier at number 3, and the English Electric Lightning at number 11 as their sort of gate guard HQ. Marco, nice one, do love that. You made space for it on your driveway, love that, love that. Very good, I do like that, very good. it is, absolutely. It really is. Yeah, it's good fun. Good fun. Staying here for a bit, or?
We've just been staying for a weekday at Tapshaw Place.
Oh right,
We're
okay.
really lucky.
You got a caravan there, have you, or you?
No, we just hired it for.
Just hired it. Yeah, that's all right, isn't it?
Underneath the departure.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Oh,
That's an experience, right?
incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, when they come right over you. Nice one.
When it comes back, break them.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, yeah, it is. That looks promising.
Yeah.
Very promising. Yeah, fingers crossed we'll catch that. I think it will either. I think it will go. I think so. We'll find out. Yeah, there's a couple of fly paths as well going on. It might be a bit choppy for the Spitfire. I reckon out there. It is gusty, yeah, that's it. So we'll see what we're going to get. That. It was that one because it's got that massive hose on it. Yeah, it's got that massive, I think where it fuels it on the wing, it's the extra over the top. I think so anyway, I think it was that one.
Must be pretty challenging having
Yeah, definitely.
I'll leave you a bit again.
No worries, thank you for coming to say that, I really appreciate that, thank you so much, very kind of you. if I can get a shot of that. Always nice to see that there. We do see that quite regularly here, don't we? Over the skies. Usually in the same sort of path that it takes. So yeah, it looks like all the foods are being taken to bed, taken home for their kip for the weekend. I do like dolphins anyway, they're very sweet. I haven't seen one at Lossiemouth yet, that's one of my little missions to see. You do get them, and sharks apparently, so Haggis was correct to warn people to get out of the water. That Lossiemouth trip will be coming soon, I'll no doubt be coming sooner, quite sooner than later, right? It'll come around quite quick. Just want to say another big shout out to the guardroom and RAF police here at Coningsby. Thank you very much. Hope you're all good and well. Wishing you all a great weekend. Also, for those on Q, for those on QRA, from ground crew to pilots. So you'll notice even over the weekend that the AWCU will be here constantly monitoring and checking and controlling the airfield, because it is a 24/7 station in opposed to in respect of the quick reaction alert. And the same goes for Lossiemouth as well. Laser Tech, how you doing, Dieter? Yeah, so they'll go back. I can't tell you where exactly, which ones they're going to go to. But yeah, the Typhoons, the training airframes will be put away for the weekend, and they'll carry out whatever servicing or any maintenance they need. Do their checks, check the ADPs, check the APU exhaust, do all their checks that they do, make sure it's all locked up, safe and well. No idea. Nope. How you doing, buddy? All right?
How you doing?
Yeah,
What we
good.
got coming in there, going out?
Sorry?
What we got going out?
I have no idea, sir.
No idea.
Nope.
You're a main man.
Yeah, but I'm here just like you, just seeing what's going on. Ted's having a break, remember? Ted's on a break at the minute. We're just going to sort this out so it doesn't fall over. A little bit choppy at the minute. It's all good. Ladies, Shanta Teddy Bears, hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Just one Typhoon left in the little shelters there. Just one, which this looks cool. Looks like they're about to see the armourers either put on the drop tank. It'd be quite cool, but there we go.
Bravo, Mike, Zulu, Romeo, perfect service, score 177, Hardened 1-0. Bravo, Mike, Zulu, Romeo, Roger, BM5, stop, active, 12 o'clock, 1 mile.
I think I can just about see the Voyager. I can actually get visual on it. Struggling to see it at the minute. Why can't I see that? Took me long enough to get that, didn't it? Alright, done it.
That's the KC2 going past where? Up there. I did figure that. Oh, Harry. Oh, I think I have. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, there. I can't do it. What's that? Why is this super rather
Big Al 2020, how you doing? Davey, how you going? Righty 72, what up? Alex Black Cat, Gooch, Blocks, Alex Raven, Millennium Max, Simon Watchorn, Laser Tech 02, how we all doing? Hope we're all good and well. Big Al, what's up? Hope you're all good. Thanks to
You actually have bedrooms.
thanks to our viewers as well, pushing out the likes and subscribe. Thank you very much. So, we've still got 3 Typhoons, I think. I think this Typhoon's still out there. So we're gonna probably stay till about 1400 and then that's it. Of course, if something's going on at 1400, we'll stay on, but sort of, well, should we do 3 minutes past 1400, right? Yeah, so 1403. Just never go on the dot, because something will start up. Oh, goodness me. Just gonna have a look on ADSB to see where the Typhoons are at the minute. So it looks like we've got the ground crew, the armourers putting on the yeah, as usual, I'll be doing our yearly trip to Lossiemouth in September. We've got everything in place. Speaking of drop tanks, in 1969, when the number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers, arrived here at Coningsby with the spare engine Phantoms. Speaking of drop tanks, I believe this building here was where they stored them, in there. Speaking to someone that served here many years ago. And yes, they do go rolling around, especially in really windy weather. It can be a nightmare to... I've heard some fun stories from armourers from days gone by, which was quite fun. And some of their talks about drop tanks rolling around in really bad weather and things like that. Got my 15 Fez. Shout out to my dad Martin while we're sat in the Coningsby car park. Oh right, big shout out to you. Who's here?
Yeah, maybe. Gale? Gale.
Now, the Typhoon out of Warton Aerodrome, ZJ938. That is the I think that is the one on the van. That one, I believe that is the one on the van. I've got, I'm sure it's ZJ938, or at least that rings a bell with Sainty. I remember getting a few videos of Sainty using ZJ938. That is a, I believe that is a tranche 1. The old airframes still been tested out of Warton Aerodrome.
It's lovely. Look at it like an ice cream man.
What a lovely day. Been pretty cool seeing the grass runway in use. I've always spoken about it, and I remember when I first seen it for the first time a while ago, and it didn't really click that it was actually on the grass runway until it was too late, and I thought, hang on, that was using the grass runway. And I've been telling you about it ever since, and today's the day where we got to see it in action. Yeah, so looking forward to our annual Lossiemouth trip. Looking forward to that. We'll do our usual 2 days there, and then our way back for potentially the lakes, like we normally do. So far, I mean, that's just that's what we got planned. Hopefully the weather plays ball, because if the weather's emotional, then obviously that would be scrubbed. Steady Bears, hope we're all good and well. How's Spanner Flight doing? Big shout out to our Spanner Flight there. Our volunteer flight to look after the streams and our Discord server 24/7. They're there when you need them. Serving Ted. They've got a special year next year, by the way, the Spanner Flight, by the way. They've got a very, very special year. So Spanner Flight, you know the score for next year. So you've got a special year next year. So looking forward to seeing you on that day. And, they work tirelessly behind the scenes, making sure that the TED standards are followed through and kept going. We play a major part in the orientation of the streams in opposed to safety. The ethos, helpful, just making it all round fun. But their work is not over. They're always on the Discord server, making sure that it's monitored and looked after. So we've got Nico, Gemma, Oi Ted, great show. Martin sat at home, Andy and Gemma sat in the car park. Have a great day. Well, thank you very much. So I've got a few bits and pieces if you like to pick up some Ted Coningsby merchandise. I do have a few pieces here with me. Actually, I'll go and show you them. Obviously, if you're watching on the streams and you're not here, you can always visit tedconingsby.co.uk. Let me go and get some patches. I've got various t-shirts here with me and patches, key rings, and let me show you what patches I have today. We'll just go and get that. Today with me, I've got 4 different ones today. So starting with our Lakeney themed ones, we've got our Bowler Bears patch. Look at that, who wouldn't want that, eh? Look at that beautiful little patch, that's cool. Ted celebrating Ted's flight in an F-15E Strike Eagle, February 2023. It was quite a special flight as well, a memorial style flight as well in tribute. Ted flew in Red Air with the 492nd Mad Hatters. We've got a nice little Bowler Bears patch, look at that. We got a few of those here with me. Also, Ted's flown twice with the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries at Lakeney. Here's the Ted Careys edition. I mean, look at that. They're all come supplied with Velcro as well. Be there in 4.95 mics. Something that I heard over the radio once, and I really laughed my head off. I thought that is brilliant. You know, we're not going to be there in 5 minutes. We're going to be there in 4.95 minutes, or mics as they said, I believe it was, but I think that's just great. So there we go, that's our next patch. We've also got our Blue Skies patch as well with us, celebrating the 4 fighter stations. So bottom left, Marham, bottom right, Lakeney with the F-15, and of course Lossiemouth and Coningsby on the top there. And I've also got with us our Legacy patch. I call it Legacy because it was our first ever patch that we made. These are all made by Squadron Prints, so big shout out to them. So they are official and amazing quality. There it is, a lovely story with this as well. And of course, for those that recognise the legacy of Op Shader and why we chose that, I think it's just a great patch. So we've got plenty of these here with us, and t-shirts, key rings, loads of fun stuff. So if you visit tedconingsby.co.uk, you'll be able to get hold of the latest and greatest merch So while it's quiet, you can come and see me now. Oh yes.
Hey, man.
Yeah, good. How are you?
Come and say hello.
You're right. I'll come down. I'll come down.
Yeah, sure. Still on now.
Oh yes. How you doing? All right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, post office. You're in the background.
Oh, nice one.
Great. So,
Oh, bless your heart. Thank you very much.
No,
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank you very much. What's your name?
Dave.
Dave. Nice to meet you, Dave.
Dave from Middleton. But yeah, it's great. Follow you quite a lot.
Nice.
Take it easy. Brilliant. No, appreciate
very
it.
much.
Great job. Great.
Yeah, it's good fun. Good
Fantastic.
community.
Thank
Great
you.
community. Yeah, it's good fun. How are you?
Playing golf.
Oh, lovely.
National Golf Centre.
Oh. One of the bears loves golf. You see, golf
Yeah?
Ted. Yeah, Ben Ted. He loves golf.
Well, quiet day today.
It's Friday. It's
Yeah,
Friday.
put 'em all
We're going
away.
to stay until about 14. Another hour.
Yeah.
See what happens. I reckon there'll be something.
Anyway, nice to meet you,
Yeah,
mate.
you too. Thanks,
Enjoy.
Dave. Take
No
care.
worries.
Cheers,
Bye.
buddy.
Hi.
Hello.
Cheers for a shout out.
That's all
Well,
right.
Dad's at home, so.
Cool. You're right.
Yeah, not too
Good,
bad.
good, good.
Yeah.
Yes. T-shirts, patches, let's see what we got. Let me bring my radio just in case we get a surprise 10 million ship. Yeah, I'll be doing a guard. I'm going to do a guard one. Free. It's free out of it, yeah. So those, did you see the patches?
Yeah. I've got that one, but I was looking at that one.
Our classic.
Yeah.
That's our original one. That was our first one we ever made. I've got lanyards. Let's see which one Yeah, they should be. Yeah, they should be.
They're not even on radar.
I know.
The last stuff I've seen,
Who's that Teddy?
My mate goes in the pub still, we can tell them plaque.
Oh, yes.
Is it right?
Yeah, they should be to the back. My back is going out.
Yeah. So we're caught with that, I'm not saying that. Did well,
and then disappeared again.
yeah.
Right, we'll see what I've got here. Yeah, they're going to see
Yeah, we'll go with the blue and then the patch as well.
Sure. I can't check that. Oh yeah, sorry, I was wondering, is that a plain one?
No.
Did something go wrong there? So that, let me go and get my phone. Yeah, they should be on their way back in a moment.
I say the two of them are picked up now.
We can still see him queuing in the background.
I'll just look at if I can get a patch.
Yeah, sure.
It's been quite a good day actually.
Any particular one?
No.
So these are 10.
We're near Lakenheath, but Lakenheath is already so that's quite. We've seen you a couple of times today.
These two are 20, the blue one's 15, and that one's 10. So these two are 20, 15. So those are the late ones. So which one? That was my first one, so I always used to this one? Yeah, cool.
Bird Chipmunk, was it training for Dotsman?
So they'll be training all year round. They train all year round, and it was using the grass runway. I don't know if you spotted that. It's a little bit whoa. Yeah, cool, wasn't it? Yeah. Nearly skipped the fence.
mother alone, so she watches it all the time.
Here we go.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, no worries, thanks Dave. You take care, yeah? Right, catch you in a bit.
Is your own get a photo?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Have a look. Right, I'll just see if that Dakota is still out.
Yeah, they're out in North Sea, yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, the Dakota is still out.
Yeah, it's still there.
Right then, let's get some guards marches. So we've got just over 50 minutes before we finish up. I mean, we're going to stay just till about 1400, just over, just in case there's something else going on. I mean, I'm quite hopeful of the Dakota. It will probably go out when we leave, but you know, that's the way it is. But there we go, let's head there now. Whoa, it's a bit windy though, but there we go. So, Nico, Gemma, how you doing? Oi, Ted, great show. Martin sat at home, Andy and Gemma sat in the car park. Have a great day. Well, good to see Andy and Gemma in the car park. Oi. My 15 Fez as well, a guards march to you. Shout out to my dad, Martin, while we're sat in the car park. Cool. I see where this is going. Nice one. Right, put the two and two together. Nice one. And Deister, thank you very much as well. Guards march salmon for Teddy Bear's picnic. Absolutely, thanks a lot. And Deister, guards march to you. Princess Pumpkin with 33 months. Oi to Ash, Myro, Aiden and Chewy in the car park. Got loads of people in the car park. Oh, what is this? Oh, I love that. Oi. Here, John, look at this. Oh, I need to have a go on that. It's a salmon weighing machine. Right, anyway, back to reality. Here we go. Princess Pumpkin, no worries. So shout out to Ash, Myro, Aiden and Chewy if you're here in the car park. Also Laser Tech 02 Guards March to all the Americans out there. Happy Independence Day. Happy Independence Day. Guards March, well said. Oh, I love that. I've just seen that. 1776. I love what you've done there, Laser Tech 02. How cool is that? Also, on the news today, on the radio, I was listening, they've actually found a document with the Declaration of Independence, a document that was found by someone in the archives from a ship that was caught by the Royal Navy, I think it was, by the Navy or something. Have a look at that, have a look online, and it was found in England, the only one of its kind in England. Of course, the only one outside of the US with the Declaration of Independence. How cool is that, though? Keith Smith, high five, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Oi, Nikos, Claire Bear, Mods, and all the TCS, a Guards March to you. Steve Chapman, how you doing with 23 months membership? Taylor Nichols, simply the best. Mr. Tim Lane, celebrating 1 month of membership. Darren Harwood, celebrating 40 months. Oh, yeah. Guards March. Also, Charlie Pete, who's here, who's been looking after me for the last 2 days. So thank you very much. Actually, the last 3 days, isn't it? Yeah. Marham, Lakenheath, Coningsby. Should we do a Guards March for Steve, Burger Man? Let's do it. Feeding everyone there. Oh, and also a Dave as well. There was Dave here. There's Dave. Dave, Guards March, mate. Guards March to Dave. Thank you. Right. So the 41 Squadron. They're out in the North Sea at the moment. This Foon is still out, having some chill out time. Oh, actually, saying that, one of the Typhoons is not far. Oh, is that Havoc 2-1? This isn't. So maybe there's 4 Typhoons still out. There was Havoc that took off, the first 2, that literally as soon as I started the stream, it's them. So Havoc, they were the first 2 that went up. So it should be a flight of 2, Havoc 2-1. So we've actually got 5 Typhoons still out, I think, according to my absolutely dodgy maths. Do you trust plane spotter maths? We're about to find out. So my guess is 2 and then 3. Flight of 2 and then flight of 3. Let's have a look. Don't be fooled by ADSB, because only one information, if there's a formation flight like the Red Arrows, only one of them needs to have their ADSB out turned on. Only one. Which is why sometimes you'll see one and there's like 4 of them or 3 of them or more than one, basically. So the example, good example, any formation flight, Red Arrows, only one is required to submit their ADSB out. For those who don't know, ADSB, a receiver inside, integrated on modern aircraft now as well. It has ADSB in, so that gives the aircraft all the latest and greatest data, such as the weather, and also I think it does the altimeter and QNH details, I think. But there's also ADSB out, okay, which submits data, call sign, altitude, all that kind of stuff. And pretty much what like Mode S does. Mode S does altitude, speed, all that kind of stuff, but the difference is Mode S, a traditional transponder, uses radar. ADSB does not use radar, it uses satellite, hence GPS. That's the difference. So actually calling it a radar app isn't actually correct. But there you go. John Minter, hope you're alright after your nasty fall. Hope you're good. Oi, oi. Yeah, so just now that I've just remembered, of course tomorrow is the 4th of July, and just to let you know, on the news today as I was driving, on the news a rare copy of a US Declaration of Independence has actually been found by a volunteer in the UK archives, and it's rare because it's the only one outside of the US. It's a Declaration of Independence which was discovered at the National Archives in Kew, and the only known example of its kind outside the US. It's pretty amazing, really, found by a volunteer, and who probably thought, hang on a minute, need to kind of tell someone about this. And it was papers from the Royal Navy captains from American Revolutionary War. I mean, how cool is that? The only one. So according to the volunteer, said he had to call his boss over, I think, and said that, hey, hang on a minute, you need to come and have a look at this. And how cool, though. I think that's awesome. The document was actually seized by the Royal Navy Christmas Eve 1776. I mean, isn't that just cool? I love stuff like that. Havoc is a call sign of 11 Fighter Squadron, who formed in 1915, and they're the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. That you see in brackets, F stands for fighter, and they've had that letter F since 1915. So for example, Coningsby was a fighter squadron, even a night fighter squadron, but of course today it's not. I mean, they had over 26, or at least 20, was it 26 aces in World War I, including McCudden, the legend. I've been reading his book, Fury, It's a really, really good book. All his own words, of course, sadly, before he was shot down and killed. Well, I don't know that bit yet because I haven't read it all. But yeah, James McCudden served with 29 and 56 Squadron. So yeah, it is. See, as predicted, a flight of 2. These were the first 2 that took off on our show this morning. And there you go, a nice example. ADSB, you only need the 1. Nice. Nice break. Oh, nice and smooth that, wasn't it? Well, they are already qualified frontline pilots, so what you're thinking, for those that are quite knowledgeable with the way things work at Coningsby. So they're 11 squadron and they've got to go that way. And normally they would have taken their left. But I'm pretty sure on Ted's radio, the pilot said, we need to come and see Ted, so we have to come this way. Pretty sure that's what the pilot said. On Ted's radio, that is. It's on special encryption. Yeah, because normally they would have turned left. But Ted tells me that they said that they had to go past and see Ted. So they've gone the long way around to make sure that they come round and did the... that was cool, that. So we've still got 3 out at the moment. Oh, BBMF crew. Oh, come on. I just hope it's not too windy. So I've just seen the crew of the BBMF come out, which is always good. Typhoon that was in the shelter has gone, so no more buy candy now. Ted salmon. So that's it then. There you go. For now it's just so we can hope. I've got to go and find my radio quickly. I don't know what I've done with it. Not that I ever have it on, but Hi. Not a problem. Yeah, not a problem. Give me 1 second. Steve, see you next week, man.
Want to leave my pen? Just leave my pen with you.
Yeah.
See you next week. Want to do $8?
Mate, I think I might do, yeah, for the display. And then
Okay, mate.
All right, man. See ya. Hello there. How are you? All right? Good. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, it's Friday afterwards. So. Well, hopefully we're putting everything together. Hopefully we'll might see a very special aircraft very shortly. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I'm just a bit concerned about the wind. It's quite strong. I don't know if for those that were here a couple of Fridays ago, I think it was, when the C-47 went up of the BBMF, and it was very extremely choppy up in the skies, and it came back, it aborted the display. It was supposed to have the either both or one of the fighters display with it, but it was, I mean, that was a complete no. That's the thing, it might be nice and sunny where you are for air shows or venues waiting for the BBMF, but the thing is, all it takes is some strong winds that could throw it out. Rain is, you know, even if it's raining, it's not a problem. It's the wind that's really going to affect our beautiful BBMF aircraft that we have here at Coningsby. So we're just fingers crossing everything at the moment. Still 3 Typhoons out there with 41 Squadron. ZA947 has been sporting a very rare livery. Hopefully we'll get to see it. And this is its previous livery. The BBMF do change their livery sort of every 5 years, by the way, for your just sort of a rough guide. This was the previous livery for the past 5 years. Hang on a minute, let me just turn that down. And yeah, this was its previous livery, but this season it's been sporting a very, very rare livery. There's not many of these liveries about. It's the Southeast Asia Command livery. So you'll notice the roundels have a sort of traditional sky blue and the royal blue. So you'll see that very shortly, hopefully, fingers crossed. And we got to see for the first time on the channel on the 11th of February this year the new livery. So it's got a very special camo with it, so it's not very common to see that. And for those that don't know, ZA947 as a serial number, if you think about it, doesn't quite match the serial number, which is because it actually had its very own serial number from back in the days. But the BBMF Dakota serial ZA947 as it stands today was actually constructed in 1942 as a C-47A by Douglas at Long Beach. C-47 is called a Skytrain in America, Dakota in Britain and other countries. It is the C-47 is a military version of the DC-3. And it was built at Long Beach, California, and it was delivered to the United States Army Air Force on the 7th of September 1942. Then just a few days later, on the 16th of September, she was transferred under the Lend-Lease agreement to the Royal Canadian Air Force and redesignated as a Dakota 3. She was allocated the Royal Canadian Air Force serial number, so her original one was 661. That was her original serial number, and during the Second World War, Dakota 661 served entirely in Canada. She spent many years after the Second World War in Europe with the Royal Canadian Air Force and operated in support of Canadian forces from 1965 until 1969, when the aircraft was declared surplus to requirement. For the next 23 years, the Dakota was operated by the RAE, the British Royal Aircraft Establishment. Initially, it was given the Royal Air Force designation. They added KG to 661. So KG 661, but then in the 70s it was realised they might have made a bit of an error with KG 661, because in fact previously this serial number had actually been allocated to a Dakota which had been destroyed in an accident. So the error was reported, and in July 1979 the Dakota was allocated to the more modern serial number that we have today, ZA947, which explains why this serial doesn't really match the age or the era of the aircraft. When the Defence Research Agency, the successor to the RAE, declared 947 surplus to requirements, they offered it up for disposal in '92. The aircraft was adopted by RAF Strike Command to be issued to the BBMF, and she was then issued to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1993. Since October 2022, she had been at Duxford for major maintenance at Duxford with the Aircraft Restoration Company, and finally returned in August 2025 with a rare livery adopting the Southeast Asia Command. This of course is the previous season, and hopefully we'll get to see the new one in just a moment, hopefully, fingers crossed. All I can say is that there has been crew going out to the aircraft. In its days of the 9th Air Force, and of course Royal Canadian and Royal Air Force, taking those brave men, would take a capacity of 28 troops and even even 6,000 pound of cargo. Same length as a F-15 at 63 feet 9 inches, although the wingspan nowhere near 95 feet and 6 inches. That's 29.11 meters. Powered by two Pratt & Whitney R1830 90C twin wasps. They're 14-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engines. Speed about 224 miles per hour. The beautiful purring Pratt & Whitney R1830s, 14 cylinders, can also be applied to the consolidated B-24 Liberator. Of course, the DC-3, the Grumman F4F Wildcat, the consolidated PBY Catalina, the Devastator, also a variant of the Short Sunderland as well, and also a very rare Mark IV Wellington, which 460 Royal Australian Air Force, which I do mention in our next episode. Yes, there is another episode next month of Lost Airfields. Hey Davey, Dito, thanks for the info. David Robinson, good afternoon. Let's hope for a C-47 of the BBMF. Come on. Sadly, it is just out of our sight. US Navy had their version of the C-47, the R4D, which would also be armed with depth chargers as well. There might be a Hurricane with it. We may be extremely lucky. There might be a Hurricane with it, just to the left of it. Well, he mentioned Hurricane, so... Start approved. Oh, come on. Come on. I'm going to go and check the mags. Let me swap the mags over. the mags over. 1 second. Oh.
Crash one is created, next shift, all over, stand by, over.
You're right.
Unable to
I have no idea, just let it
over side, your position now south 6 miles, scope configuration, radar termination.
So get ready. Looks like we've got our flight of 41 Squadron coming back. Should be a flight of 3. And I may have heard a hurricane with it, but I'm not sure about this wind, but only they can make that judgment. And we've got 3 41 Squadrons Typhoons coming back. Should be a flight of 3. Find out in a moment if there is a hurricane with it. I can hear the Pratt & Whitney 1830s.
Yeah, the jack's running.
for 136 other side, this is flight level 100, traffic ready. Traffic service Hampden. Hampden Bravo direct, set from security, 1027. 157 set Hampden. Hampden, no navigation for 72, take 0 train separation, report airgo inside. Traffic line inside, is that table 13,000. 3 up wing.
Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Alex Raven, thank you very much. Yes, very fortunate to have made this actually happen, and that's all thanks to your support. If it wasn't for your support, I wouldn't be here. So big thank you to, this is why, massive love to all our members. Thank you so much for making it possible for me. Thank you. Yeah, the Dakota is running with its 1830 Pratt & Whitney 14 cylinder. Oh yeah. Now, forgive me if I'm wrong on this one, but I could have sworn I heard the pilot say there was a hurricane with it, but I can't see it from here, so I can't verify that, unfortunately. 41 Squadron, flight of 3, Paladin flight. Not far now, a couple of mics out. Leah, how you doing, Doolittle? Doc Doolittle. I will be extremely pleased if I do let's remove. Definitely hear it beautifully purring now. Andrew Porter, thank you very much. You know how it is. Michael Woodbridge, MDK, Simon Marshall Dieter, Alex Raven, Alex Blackcat, Leah, Andrew Porter. There we go, request. photo is taxiing. It's looking good. Yeah, maybe the hurricane cancelled, but it is a bit windy. Hang on a minute, watch this. It's just sitting there happily purring at us and staring at us. Look at this. That is a sight. Not often I get that staring at me like that. Making up for lost time earlier. The C-47, part of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Squadron leader Paul Wise, Paul known as Ernie, who's an officer commanding and bomber pilot, so he could be in this. Also squadron leader Al Luckins, a fighter pilot and OC for the BBMF. Squadron leader Mark Sugden, who's one of the fighter pilots. You've got squadron leader Andy Priest, MBE, who's Steady Evil and fighter lead. Bomber lead is Flight Lieutenant Seb Davey. Bomber pilot Flight Lieutenant Jamie Jackson. You've got other bomber pilot Flight Lieutenant Kev Holmes and Flight Lieutenant Jed Swan, who's also a bomber pilot. Officer and fighter pilot squadron leader Ben Holwyn. Not forgetting the navigators and engineers and loadmasters that make up the wonderful BBMF.
did you come to Oh, okay. So, Ted, when are you expecting the hurricane in?
I'm not.
Or out?
I'm not.
You're not at all?
No.
So I'm not going to get to see that this afternoon.
No, the Dakota you will.
Yeah, I've just seen that from the
Oh, the hurricane is here. Yeah, I lost hope. I thought I was here. I swear I heard hurricane. I mentioned it several times. Here we go.
Oh.
There you go. I'm now cleared of being insane. Yay! I thought I heard hurricane, I swear. Definitely, yay, there it is! Hey! Woo! I gave up, I thought maybe because of the wind, but there we go. Sorry, I'm gonna calm down now.
No, it's exciting.
It is exciting. This is what it's all about. Look at this. Mark 2C, last of the few, the last of the Hurricanes ever built from the factory. Look at it! That sort of night fighter colour scheme, beautiful. Entered service before the Spitfire. December of 1937. What's that, sorry?
Spitfires. They wheeled them out of the hangar.
Who? Yes! Sorry.
Nice to meet you. Pleasure to enjoy it.
How awesome is this? A Dakota and a Hurricane Mark 2C. Yeah.
I don't think as in
Hurricane taxis down. It is serial number PZ865, historically significant and famously known as Last of the Many. It was the final aircraft out of the 14,533 Hurricanes ever built. Completed its maiden flight in 1944. She took her first flight, her maiden flight, 22nd of July 1944, registered with serial number that it has today, PZ865, and it was retained by its manufacturer, Hawker Aircraft, for trials work. Spent time at Dunsfold Aerodrome and given a civilian registration at Golf Alpha Mike Alpha uniform. That was in 1915. Flown into second place at 1950's King's Cup Air Race by the group captain Peter Townsend as well. PZ865 also appeared in the Battle of Britain film in 1968. In 1972 she was refurbished and presented to Hawker's successor company, Hawker Siddeley, to the Royal Air Force's Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, which was then based at Coltishall. A year later, that's when PA 474, the Avro Lancaster, joined the flight, and that's when they added Memorial to the flight. Right, here we go.
I don't know. I know it. A lot of people. How come it's not on here?
Watching the Ted Coningsby channel. If you tuned in, don't forget to hit the like button. And if you know many that love historical aircraft, do share, do care, do click the share button. But of course, do click the like. This will get that stream out there. And come and subscribe, come and join the one and only Ted Coningsby channel.
I reckon I'll be late for a while.
Bit of a heat haze going on at the moment. So we have Pratt & Whitney and Rolls-Royce engines about to dominate the skies. It's a little bit windy, but let's hope all is okay. Merlin 20 V12 liquid cooled piston engine, 1185 horsepower. Nice shutdown. Here we go. just to see what's going on and what I'm going to expect. Hang on. Gotta love Fridays. Fridays are pretty cool at Coningsby, right? Now then, what might happen is that they'll get into formation over Woodhall Spa, this is just my guess, and then run in for a display, hopefully fingers crossed, unless they're doing something else somewhere else. So let's find out.
AMCA on those, check it, John. Everybody okay? I can get 1026.
Oh, there you go, commence display. So we will be getting a display. Just hope the wind behaves itself. Nah. Here we go. Ba-da-ba. Here we go. So they've gone into formation. They've been given the QFE. Here we go. Right, where are we? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to hit that like. Let's go one more time. Come on. Where's my castle shot? They're there. Castle is
the other contender. Go, brother. Pulling out. Left. Now.
Breakaway. Emotional scenes at Coningsby, beautiful.
Control, this is Ryan Metheringham. Can we arrange Memorial Day, 1035.
at this. missed my shot. Oh, well, I missed my shot. My one and only time I could have got it. I missed it. No. No. I think WD-40 will fix whatever that was. Day it's been. What a lovely Friday we've had together. Brought to you by the Ted Coningsby channel. You know how it is. Beautiful. Of course, to complete your Coningsby journey, don't forget to, when open, do check the times, but you can visit the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Museum as well. They've got a gift shop and also a cafe, and you can also book a hangar flight as well. I'm not sure how much it was, or is, sorry, that's probably the right grammar there. It was once £11 or so, Look at this shot, eh? Look at this. Beautiful. It's about £11.50 for a hangar tour. Hello, wait a minute. Touch and go. There you go, what a way to end a Friday at Coningsby, Ted's home, the original Ted HQ of course, you know how it is. Rest in peace, car alarm. It's obviously Pratt & Whitney and Rolls-Royce have set it off. Way to end the show. Oh, maybe not. This is still going, but we're going to have to go in a bit, actually. Here we go again. A nice touch and go. Aaron R, member for 23 months. Thanks so much for your 23 months membership. Big 2 free months, 2 years coming. Ken B, high five. Guards March, thank you for joining our Posh Officers Club. A Guards March to you. The Bat of Purple as well, thank you so much for the super chat. Andrew Porter, thank you as well for the super. A Guards March. That's part 1 of 2. And Andrew Porter, another super chat there. High five for that. Thanks a lot. Guards March to you, Andrew Porter. Thanks for your support. Just going to see what the Dakota's going to do again. Ding, ding, ding. Probably going to do another touch and go, but Ted and I are going to finish up very shortly. Yep, it's going to have another one. Oh, nice, nice. in there. What is... Right, ladies and teddy bears, unfortunately I will need to go. I've got an appointment at a particular time, so I will just say goodbye to this Dakota, see what it's going to do. But I hope you enjoyed this week. It's been absolutely brilliant. Ted, let's finish it up, mate. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have an appointment to go to. So, but anyway, it's been a brilliant week. What a fantastic week it's been. And what a day at Coningsby it's been, right? It's been absolutely amazing. Hope you've enjoyed this week's fun. It's been an absolutely great ride this week. Hope you've enjoyed it. So, have the best weekend ever. RAF Coningsby, thank you so much, and the BBMF as well. And whatever it is you're going to do this weekend, have an absolutely brilliant time this weekend. And we'll see you next week, ladies and teddy bears. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, who's been having a fight with some bugs and insects and God knows what. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you next week. And I cannot wait for next week's adventures. So, for the last time for the week, it is see you soon, everyone. Wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members-only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.